Hello and welcome back to Mechanicus 2. We are playing the Necron Campaign, third part of the series. Our Pharaon is no more, betrayed by the Eupatridae, or his former supplicants. But they noticed weakness in his memories. He wasn't himself after the long sleep, as they tricked him into foolishly attacking Ex Veritas, where he was destroyed by a combined force of Adeptus Mechanicus and the Iron Hands. Now the Varguard Nefashar wasn't able to get there in time to help her Pharaon, but he did give her one last task, to go to a tomb that the others didn't know about, and within we found a C'tan³, the Deceiver. He promises great power, but Nefashar doesn't want any part of that. So for now, we need to keep serving the Eupatridae, and each of the members have given us tasks to follow. We have 5 critical missions to do, as well as some side missions here, which are just like sending you guys out to do things. So the Necron Lords don't really have much of an identity yet. Unlike the Adeptus Mechanicus Lords, who are also really part of the story. So you get a more of a sense of who the Adeptus Mechanicus heroes are and what they're about. And I still haven't quite worked out the identity of each of the Necron Lords, but I'm sure that will shine through. We've got a basic idea of what they're good at, but I am yet to decide when I should deploy or who I should deploy where. So far I like Phacon because he had early death marks, which were pretty powerful. I like the concept of the guy with all the Lich Guard, but I don't know how useful that will be against primarily ranged armies that we fight against the Mechanicus. Yeah, so... and they're a completely different faction, so going from one campaign to the other, it's a completely new learning experience. They unlock different technologies, different ways. They have different powers they can activate on their lords, which have synergies. They have individual technology trees, which are just straight line, linear. And you can't... yeah. It's good. I like that it's asymmetric. This guy's got flayers. This is base troops instead of warriors. And within each of the Lord's courts, you can upgrade them, spending the living metal resource, which is also used for a few other things. So I think we will take the flayers on a flayer mission. I know one of these is to look for flayers. Skin and Bones. Assault an enemy convoy to lure the flayed ones into the open for study. So I think we might use Heki for this one. They've got the ability to heal their troops.
Varguard, you have executed your functions with commendable diligence, despite the failings of Nemesor Hekimheb and our lost Pharaon.
As is my duty and my honor, Grand Vizier.
Yet, I sense you share my dissatisfaction with the blunt stratagems of our courtly superiors. We require a weapon to sow terror into the underdeveloped minds of the invaders, to cast the shadow of death where they believe themselves safest. I speak, of course, of the Flayed Ones.
The Flayed Ones are a disease, Grand Vizier. They may be a terrible weapon, but they are insane, unbound by royal authority. Their appetite for carnage is their only reliable aspect.
The paucity of received wisdom blinds you to their potential. Flayed Ones have overtaken a failed tomb structure close to a route used by human convoys. I believe the Flayer curse draws its victims to sites of slaughter, so it should be simple to lure out a significant horde for study.
I must counsel against this, Grand Vizier.
This sort of goes some way to explaining why the Necrons were able to field forces from all the different castes. The Destroyers, the Flayers, and just the standard Necrons. But it seems like this dynasty had a tenuous hold on these factions, and the Pharaoh was able to get them all to work together. But the minute he showed weakness, they started fighting like hyenas.
Do not be bound by the conventions of our fallen lord, Varnard. You see a hopeless cause. I see a conundrum to be cracked. Now, go and create our calamity. Once you bring forth the flayed ones, I can begin observations.
Going up against Rust Stalkers and Vanguard. We have spiders, wraiths, immortals, and a whole heap of scarabs.
By ever greater misgivings, Nefershah could not yet defy the will of the Eupatridae openly. Instead, she sought a target likely to deny her the magnitude of bloodshed flayed ones reveled in, and selected an Adeptus Mechanicus convoy ferrying materials plundered from our world.
The convoy will be at its most vulnerable at this point. Devoid of air cover and far from reinforcements. We must strike with great shock and speed. The enemy shall have no choice but to flee before us and preserve their stolen cargo.
Nefershah had many potential means of deploying the Royal Guard for the ambush, and with her great tactical acumen, she selected the one most certain to result in victory. Moving minefield. Send scarabs into the convoy's path. Target priority, use long-range fire to eliminate the crew of the rearmost vehicles. Or a false flag. Let's go with target priority.
Synaptic disintegrator fire shredded the minds of the vehicle crews, bringing the convoy's tail to a shuddering halt. As the Royal Guard rushed to engage, covering fire continued to rain down on the invaders.
Herded like the animals they are. Close in and engage.
We get extra damage in the next engagement. Looks like we have 3 fights in this mission.
With her trap sprung, the Vanguard's force continued to perform for Jemka's satisfaction. They fell upon the shocked convoy with a deadly swiftness.
What I find interesting is that the Mechanicus campaign seems to be told as it's happening. You're a part of it. Whereas the Necron campaign's being told as if it's a chronicle that's happened millennia ago, which I find to be interesting.
War is at its most pleasing when observed from the rear lines.
That's quite a few units to fight. I don't know if the scarabs are going to cut it. They're going to get cut.
A million warriors, a million thoughts. In command.
I think the Wraith will be able to kill. It's got 2 attacks.
For Kilroth.
We need to kill that Principe.
A million warriors, a million thoughts. Obedience over all.
I wanted to use my Lord to heal them, but we'll take out these Vanguard. We'll try to anyway.
Observing the field. Observing the field.
Oh, he killed his own trooper. I have a feeling the AI is going to be really bad with area of effect attacks. Whereas I was able to be pixel perfect and not kill my friends. Let's self-destruct them. Guaranteed kill. Ooh, that was a lot of damage.
Obedience.
We need to keep an eye out for the C'tan³ with their special weapons, actually. Alright, the Rust Stalker is next after the Vanguard. Now I've got a power here that lets me get rid of statuses, both positive and negative. I did that because I don't like irradiation. And it happens a lot. We dodged, but not enough.
My will be done. My will be done.
He dodged us. That happens way more than I want it to. We have to get perfect vision on our guys. And they double tapped my Wraith. Powerful units.
I command as I am commanded.
The Vanguard defeated. I need to roll max damage or my guy's gonna die. Ooh.
My will be done. Honored Vanguard, the lead vehicle has come to a halt. They are preparing a defensive position.
A curse on these stubborn aliens. Even lowly beasts recognize they must flee when death lifts its scythe. Advance to the front of the convoy. Shatter their defenses and force them to understand the futility of resistance. We shall deny C'tan³ his slaughter yet.
Our current objective is to grudgingly help the other lords of the Eupatridae. So we're seeking to undermine them wherever possible. And try not to release the cubed C'tan. We're gonna need a lot of scarabs.
War is at its most pleasing but absurd for the Alliance.
Probably not the right lord for this kind of mission. They're not messing about. They never do. Judging by the mission briefing, I was expecting flayers to help us, so it's not happening.
obedience overall.
Yeah, we're in trouble. Just a little bit of trouble. This lord also doesn't have much of an army besides scarabs, so his resurrection orb is not that useful. Oh, no. They just have all the next turns. They're going to swarm us. We were supposed to be swarming them. We can bounce all three here.
Observing the field.
We have to use that to get it up again. And a dodge. Didn't work. But at least we've locked him down. He has to move. So close to death. We need to heal it somehow.
By the dynasty.
Because we still have another fight after this. Rust Stalker is next. He will probably have to attack my lord. No, because it's got immunity to attacks of opportunity. The spider is still alive. Holding on. Spawned some of our scarab friends. Go for the sure kill. Oh, he got angry. Charging the Immortal. And countering our fire now. We have to move away. And they're pretty intelligent. If I move, he attacks and double taps us and kills us.
Obedience over all.
Attack of opportunity. It's exactly what we needed right now. We need to explode these scarabs to stop the rust stalkers killing our immortals. That doesn't leave me very confident going into the final fight.
As the Royal Guard advanced, more survivors of the convoy assault regrouped to bar their way.
These animals seem determined to provide bloodshed for Jepka's hubris. Make quick work of them.
We're definitely not sacrificing a unit. We'll need some scarabs.
The Adeptus Mechanicus troops gathered around the foremost vehicle of the convoy, setting up hasty firing positions. Rad-saturated gunfire fell among the Royal Guard as they approached.
Give these wretches no pause. Close with the foe and scatter them.
We're not going headlong. We're going to try and force them to flee.
The maneuver gave the enemy time to prepare their firing positions further, and when the Royal Guard marched out of the roadside terrain, the Adeptus Mechanicus thought themselves ready. Yet, as Nefashah's reserves bypassed their defenses, despair gripped their primitive minds.
Oh, no, we lost an immortal. What good is an extra deployment zone? Our support lord is about to fight with no support. Let's see how he goes.
The Royal Guard stormed the front vehicle. In defiance of all reason, the Adeptus Mechanicus had chosen to make a futile last stand rather than flee before the wrath of their betters.
So be it. Jepka will not be satisfied until every heartbeat is silenced. Press home the blade and end this.
Ooh, I'm not very optimistic.
A million warriors, a million fools. By the dynasty.
I don't actually play War Thunder Mobile.
By the dynasty.
Hello. Yeah, like I said, I don't play War Thunder Mobile, so I wouldn't know about CWiz being available. At least we've taken one down, but I think we're in for a defeat here. It feels like this level I needed to have leveled up before attempting it. We're in trouble. Dodged me. No, we're no good for this one. A Forged Temple Assault seems like it's bit too much for us to deal with. Territory reclamation. I'm gonna send this person to get some levels. They need an army. I'll send Amuka on this mission. Well, we just lost a mission because it was way harder than I was expecting. Skin and bones. It was all rust stalkers, and I took a lord that only really had scarabs. So we're gonna need to come back to this one. And I don't see a melee army being any good against them. They just got too many good perks. Not until we level up. Flayers, likewise, I don't see them doing very well. A sister group of destroyers for Nyarlathotep Ukensep, who we have to fight destroyers. This looks alright. Vanguard and servitors. Sorry, they're rangers and servitors. I've got no points to spend. Let's level up this guy's army a bit, so we're not going straight in. Flayers with movement. Flayers with dodge. We'll see how that goes. Seems like the CPU get more dodge than we do. weapon range for immortals. Scarabs have been leveled up. I might go movement. And last strike with his Lich Guard. Yeah, we'll try this territory reclamation. Now the other thing, we need to make sure we choose one of these. And we were told these symbols matching up, you get an extra perk. Since this is a melee army, I'll take aggressive defense and last strike. There's no synergy there, but that's alright.
The position of Vanguard demands not only martial skill, but the ability to lead in their Pharaon's stead. C'tan§'s dynasty was well served in this, for Nefershar's mind possessed a strategic brilliance as sharp as any in the galaxy.
The humans seek always to claim more ground, like the vermin they are. They seek to swarm and surround our warrior legions. But we have waged war since before their ancestors stood upright. Their every fumbling stratagem is laid bare before us. Cryptek.
I attend upon you, my Vanguard.
I have identified a region crucial to the human assaults being staged against our legions. Reclaiming it will justly curtail their capacity to advance. The speed and prowess of the Royal Guard can see it done.
Six warriors, 4 Lich Guard, and some scarabs. Alright, we've got some sterilizers. Flyboys.
For Kevlar!
Try to get them to use their flamethrowers away from our formation.
Let them come!
That's right, they can't use their flamethrower when they're in melee range. But they can use some charge that sets fire to a line.
stand! Let them break their blades against us! Receive the enemy!
This fight was well in our favor compared to that other one with all the rust stalkers. I should have known better. I should have known better than to go into a fight full of rust stalkers in the first opening fights. They are tier 2 and they're pretty good once they have their traits. We won't spend a living metal, we will just go with Dominion. The Royal Guard espied a field of ore-bearing rocks brought to the surface by recent seismic activity, barely a handful of centuries ago. Preliminary examination showed they contained several elements of interest to the dynasty's geomancers. Extract it.
No extraction required. Lengthy application of modulated Tesla fields. Enough material was acquired for the time and effort spent to be judged worthwhile.
They've got so much dodge, they have double strikes, they are immune to attacks of opportunity, they just are a great unit. I would say they're scarier than the Praetorians. The Praetorians are scary just because the first time you experience their jump jet, you're like, what the hell? Actually, no, he cannot. That's who we just took into it. And the spiders were eliminated in 2 or 3 hits. All of the scarabs were destroyed before they even got a good chance to do anything. The heal just wasn't good enough. It kept the spider alive long enough to tank a few hits, but we just couldn't do any damage. Infiltrators.
Let them come.
Infiltrators, they do defense down. Yeah, we got slapped playing as Heki. And they had a decent complement of C'tan³ as well. They had way more troops than we did.
Sticks and stones ready to receive the enemy.
Heki just didn't have enough of an army to begin with to bring besides scarabs and a couple of immortals. It just wasn't going to cut it. Of course, they're immune to attacks of opportunity, so that my idea didn't work. But the shield and the armor doing well. These shielded variants have -1 to damage when attacked from the front. Okay, the shielded Lich Guard are pretty good against these infiltrators, but infiltrators are nowhere near as good as Rust Stalkers. So that checks out. His weapon's pretty unreliable. Ah, but if he doesn't move, he does max damage. That's cool. One of our lords starts with Praetorians. And then some of them have them further down their tech tree, so once you spend the points, you can unlock those units into your court.
The enemy has fallen back, my Vanguard. They scurry like insects to respond to your brilliant gambit.
Only one battle is won, Cryptek, and all of Kivroth still cries out for victory. Our enemies squat on countless more sites, vital to their crude strategies. We shall reclaim them all. This is our duty to the throne.
Yeah, okay, so the plan is to do a few of these less important missions to level up before we think about hitting these harder ones. So I don't know what the Forge Assault, but they're all new units, so it could very well be Cataphront Destroyers. Expand the Lord's influence. Still in progress. Reforge the Legions. Raise a tomb complex. If we raise 3 of them around a city, there'll be an attack. So we spend points in this line to unlock units for the court, but each Necron Lord has a set court, so you can't have every unit from the lineup. Okay, let's have a look and see if there are any technologies I can unlock. No. So the next person I'm going to use is Phacon. Let's upgrade his units. We used them to good effect because they have a Tachyon arrow, which just does heaps of damage once per skirmish. Now, one of their warriors is regenerating. I can spend living metal to make it happen now. Weapon range. And hit points for this unit of Immortals. Scarabs. I'll give them more hit points because someone told me that their hit points indicates how many models they have and also how much damage they do. And then dodge. Any chance to keep them alive is good. we give our unit stealth? Let's try something different. This one here is for healing. The Nano Scarab Amulet. I might take it. And then keep this one that has damage. Now, which mission was it going to do? Forge Temple Assault. It sounds like it's going to be super hard. Attack and destroy the Adeptus Mechanicus Forge Temple, which is next door to Ex Veritas. Maybe it will be easy. We'll find out. Five living metal doesn't seem like much. We won't bother with that. Okay, I need to heal his immortal, so we will spend those resources. What have we got? Gauss blasters, and Tesla carbines. Both types. Good. I don't think I will worry about many scarabs. Let's go 6 warriors. I think this is just a one and done fight, so it doesn't really matter about vigilance, I think. Besides not having it at max level. And what are we up against? Electro priests and infiltrators. Really want to get those immortals out with the Tesla carbines. Which ones are they? We could zap them really good. This guy needs to die too.
No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
If they want Electro, we'll give them the green lining. Yes, go the other way. That sounds good to me. Fanatical Devotion activated, but they won't be able to get close enough. This guy will, because he's got the punchy fists. Immediately dies. That's what we want to see. Any form of armor can block an infiltrator's basic weapon. Now, death marks have cover bonuses.
All shall burn. Punish them.
kill this one just to make sure. It's been activated, but I think he gets a turn before. They found the boss. Oh.
Scour the foe.
You son of a bitch. I have to send someone to tank for him, so I'll send this death mark.
A million years of hate culminates in wrath made manifest.
Dodge the lightning. Very skilled. Hey, Queen Blep. No autos tonight. It's all about robots fighting fleshy robots.
Scour the foe. A million years of hate culminates in one shoot.
Seems like, do I get reinforcements while we're reanimating? It doesn't seem like I do. We've got 3 in reanimation now. We're about to have our turn. Well, I don't get to find out because you just destroyed all of them.
All shall burn.
Most of the robots have sport suspension already. It's part of the deal.
The stars serve.
Well, I am going to get revenge on you, Mr. Alpha. The save the day button. And it looks like their chassis is already pretty chrome anyway. Dodge the lightning again. They're pretty good at it. Just toast them.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot.
Certainly much better outcome than the first mission of the stream. We got Russ stalked all over us. To be fair, I thought I was going in with some Flayer allies, but nope. Nope, nope, nope. So 3 turns for Deathmark to come back. But otherwise, they did okay. We still don't have any of these eminence points. We got 1 skill point from that. Add more death marks to the court. Let's do that. Now that was... What was that? That was a Forge Temple, wasn't it? So there's another one here we can destroy. And there's the remnants of the destroyed Forge Temple. If we awaken 1 more of these, there will be a siege at Ex Veritas. Again. I'm going to send Heki. 3 turns is a long time. Obassus is our Lich Guard guy. Let's upgrade the Scarabs because that's all he's got. We'll give them dodge. Let's take another Forge Temple. Looks like they have fire support. Not really, but it does look like that. We don't know what we're fighting.
Let them come.
Jeez, I would love an area of effects like a C'tan³ destroyer. Let's just have a gun line because I'm sure they'll try to funnel through here. And it looks like it's mainly Rust Stalkers and Infiltrators, a few Rangers. Infiltrators. I want the shielded variant at the front. They can block damage. It's tempting to run through there. Yes, blocked it.
Let them break their blades against us.
Arc rifle, 1 damage. Ranger. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. We've obstructed our own line of fire though, so what am I going to do about that? Oh, that was big damage. That was a Principe. Now the Alpha's going to have a go. No damage, but Luminogen on everyone is not good. I made great use of aggressive defense as Adeptus Mechanicus, but every time I've used it with the Necrons, we've fought units that can overcome it. So, yeah. We're gonna lose this guy. Aggressive. Last strike. Now they're on the flanks.
Ready to receive the enemy.
Our warriors have the heavy weapon, which does more damage.
Their blades against us.
They got us in the side. Turned your shield away.
Let them come.
Oh, they took out the Lich Guard.
And readiness. For Tyrael.
Come at me, bros. Defense down. Everything I do, they counter me. I have to learn some new tricks. And this guy can't do anything without getting killed. I got plenty more where they came from. This is a battle, not a skirmish. As long as we keep the Lord alive, that's the main thing. Their ranged units are doing nothing to me. It's the choppy guys that are dangerous.
And readiness.
Like, and the arc rifle soldier. What I do hate is their dodge ability. Again, you son of a bitch. Why can't I see you?
Break them! Break them! Ready! The will of the dynasty!
I'm starting to wonder what the point of reanimation is, though, because it rarely ever comes off. And I thought that when I played Adeptus Mechanicus, like a lot of the time the Necrons never regenerated. They just seek to stop you from summoning stuff, basically. Like, while they're in reanimation, I don't get any more reinforcements. So, I'm kind of wondering what the point is, in the early game at least. I saw you can shorten it later on.
Ready! I stand!
Does he have the shield? Yes, he does. Have basis, tank 15 damage in a single skirmish. I think he did that.
Minimal effect on living metal bones. We got one back. No, we didn't. They just focused him down immediately. At readiness.
get them back, but it doesn't matter. Abassus did it himself. Although he did lose all of his Lich Guard. Okay, this is one we haven't used in a while. We'll give him some more hit points. Now Heki, we'll give them death marks so they actually have an army besides scarabs and a few immortals. And scarab swarms have more health. We will have one eminence point. Increase leaders' HP by 1. Tesla Weave. Can trigger reanimation protocol up to twice per unit in each skirmish. That seems like it would be useful because they're not getting through reanimation. Moment of clarity and creeping madness. Recover 1 HP per Dominion level and reset the cooldown on the command protocol. For every 2 Dominion levels, +1 damage to melee attacks. What? That's a pretty complex skill. Hungry Void. Extra melee attack. Bypass defense. Let's take this one, the most straightforward. And then this one, I think. Reduce the time it takes to reanimate. So we can make that skill useful. This one will be done in 1 turn. I don't think we need any living metal. Let's raise a tomb complex here. We only have critical path missions left. What have we got? Starvation. We might have assistance here. Assist a group of destroyers, so we might do this one. And we'll take this guy, gal, thing. The next time this unit's leader would be affected by an enemy action, the leader swaps place with this unit and the brand of ablations, so you swap. Keep your lords safe. That seems interesting. I'll give it a shot. We might take the damage one here. Grant assault to this leader's weapons. Okay.
Vargard Nefashar, surely you, devoted to the dynasty's dominion as you are, can see as we do. Only the eradication of organic life can create a galaxy suitable for the Necrons. We were once biological, Nyarlathotep. My memories of that mortal form may be fragmented and painful, but I have no intention of rejecting them. I despise the invaders for their arrogance in infesting our world and thinking themselves our equals, not for the fact that they still have bodies of flesh. You will come to understand in due time. For now, I require only your obedience. A group of destroyers has shed much blood in Adeptus Mechanicus territory. They pursued their mortal prey with such honed purpose, they will soon be impossible to recall. You wish me to lead your destroyers back to our domain? No, Vargard. You will annihilate the next C'tan³ unit in their path, enforcing a pause in their rampage. Seeking fresh means to vent their wrath, they will return to the thickest of the fighting, where I may guide their destructive urges most effectively.
That tells me we're probably going to fight them. Uh-oh. We'll take 1 point for the extra capacity. I'll leave the Immortals home and we'll bring the ones with the Gauss blasters. Warriors gain a bit more health. Oh, we've lost a death mark actually. So I want to use Amuka instead. We'll use Praetorians. Oh, it's a little bit fiddly to set them up. So we've got the Brand of Ablation and Perfect Destruction. What did that mean?
This region is flooded with C'tan³ fleeing the destroyers or trying to regroup. We must not waste time exterminating irrelevant pests. I shall observe you in this endeavor, Vargard. Your conduct will determine whether the destroyer cult has a place for you. The curse of the destroyer shall find no purchase in me, Nyarlathotep. Have you not already waded through abhorrent rivers of festering life? Try to truly conceive of the Kivroth cleansed of biological filth. You will find the truth.
The ridge proved a swift route towards the target area, and the Royal Guard noted several enemy positions as they traversed the high ground. Thus, Nefashah's tactical acumen was demonstrated once more.
G'day, Rufflegun. So you saw what I meant about the Chaos Campaign being a bit more unorthodox, didn't you? How far are you into it, or you've watched the whole thing? some really memorable moments in the Chaos campaign. Like guiding the Tau's own missiles into their fleet, or the sacrificial fleet, with all the boarding actions versus the orcs. Lots of servitors. We might just fight them with flayers. Kill that one now. Thank you very much. And then move him back. Yeah, they are a silly bunch. And some of the ships they get later in the campaign are just so good. Like the final ship that Malos Raikan gets. Holy crap, it's a good. That campaign was already fun without the mod. The mod just made it a million times better in my view. Hit them with back shots. That will eventually pay off. At Dominion level 4. He reckons he's modded that game more than he's played it.
I am the blade.
Yeah, in the Scalgrim mod, the Tau replace the Renegade Imperial faction. So anywhere that's not owned by a major faction will have a Tau expeditionary force waiting for you. And they also launch their own invasions, but they don't own territory outside of like those unowned regions. And they have a few places where they keep spawning. It's a much better use than having just to fight random Imperials, traitors. And the Tau fleet are pretty crazy if you've played them in BFG 1.
I ask only that the enemy is within my reach. Scythe them down! I am the rock. Scythe them down!
We'll just stay still. We are surrounded, sir. Madame. More servitors. Does this shoot through them? It does. Oh no, that's the Tesla one. Yeah, it is. Get one more chance to stop them before they charge us.
Scythe them down!
And then if we give the brand of ablation, this servitor is going to run at us and hit this wraith. How about... Oh, it's not a very long range. Okay, we'll just move away from these servitors. And I'll give the brand of ablation to one of these random flayers. So if she's attacked, they'll swap places. Did it try to run past and get killed? I was looking at chat. We're not quite at Dominion 4 yet. So let's use the spider here to kill this ranger. We'll try to at least. Does 4 damage. Servitor has 6 health. God, forgot about this guy. Shit. Wasted my turn. Hiding right there. I'm just getting used to fighting. Yeah, but you're right. I should keep moving. I want to kill everything. That's my usual MO. I got a bit of that destroyer strain. Dodged it. Killed it.
Bring me the foe.
Are we on top of that thing? You see, this Wraith has a deceptive hitbox. It looks like it's occupying here, but it's actually here. They've got a lot of turns next.
I obey.
No, my flare.
I ask only that I am the blade.
Yeah, we're gonna lose. Run!
Bring me the foe.
This one here's a worry. So what I'll do... Let's just swap places with the corpse if we get hit. See if that works. Dodge. Nope. We're safe on this side because they'll try to run and die. I think we mostly killed them all. Nope. More servitors. We'll leave now. No, we almost didn't get a chance to leave.
Let me give rein to our hatred.
The Royal Guard had reached the location of the C'tan³ unit in the path of the destroyers. The enemy were dug in and clearly expected an assault from the Reapers who had claimed so many of their kind.
If the destroyers get here, they will indulge in such a slaughter. They might never submit to our command protocols again. Attacking a prepared foe defies all strategic protocol.
Send in a vanguard unit to distract from the swarms of scarabs approaching the enemy's makeshift defenses, and then begin the attack by detonating them. Take advantage of their fear by filling their communications with falsified signals. No, we'll do the undermine.
Casualties among the selected units were high, but the destruction of the enemy barricades left them vulnerable to a barrage of opening fire.
Some enemies are damaged in the next skirmish. We lost Immortals, I think. I might have to try and lower the vigilance at the next waypoint. Assuming we make it there.
Though they seek to hide from us, there is nowhere on our world a foe can find shelter.
perfect time for the Praetorians.
I am the blade.
Yes, get in amongst all the ranged units. The pistol shot is a kill. This is a Hail Mary. Yes. I made it a bit harder than I needed to, but like I said, I was just practicing using the Necrons. Just fighting a relatively basic army.
Let me give rein to our hatred. Let me give rein to our hatred.
We have scoured this place of the enemy. The destroyers will find nothing to indulge their bloodthirst here.
You claim no sympathy to our goals, Farguard. Yet you are so thorough in exterminating these creatures. My destroyers were led astray by one of their number. A Skulpic cursed with lingering intellect. He has forsaken my command protocols entirely and hunts willfully in defiance of my direct orders.
I trust you will find a means of correcting this situation.
I already have. You are going to eliminate him.
So we have one more thing that could possibly push the vigilance up. But we lose a Praetorian if I sacrifice a unit. I'm going to just heal Amuka.
The Adeptus Mechanicus were not content to watch the Royal Guard complete their objectives. Reserve units were sent forth to cut off the Royal Guard.
Relentless as insects, but nothing beyond our capacity to overcome.
That's a very heavy price. Yeah, we're going to push it up. Damn. Spend a few minutes of respite to improve the tactical protocols of the Royal Guard so they act with greater cohesion. Raise a simple barricade to obstruct the human advance. Split the Royal Guard to catch the C'tan³. We'll go enhanced protocols.
As Sankotep once ruled, so we shall fight. With determination and wisdom, never to stray from the goal of the dynasty's glory.
We hit max vigilance. Two choices. Do you get two choices at a waypoint, do you? Wow. Okay.
C'tan³ units were aware of the Vargard's presence and were gathering to meet the new.
So I could have reduced the vigilance as well.
Pursued the
Vargard.
rogue destroyer across the battlefield, beset by fragmented C'tan³ attacks.
Push on and close the distance. This renegade has made himself easy to find. But if we are slowed down here, he could vanish into the bedlam of war.
Try and move away. We might get lucky and not take damage. Yeah, let's dodge. That's what we want. Charge, Necrons, charge! Take them down. No doubt the Skorpek will arrive. It might be a final battle. Let's get into the back of the line. Not enough to kill him, but he will try to run.
Seeking the foe.
Let's just shoot him and save our jump for next turn.
I obey. Let me give rein to our hatred.
Take that.
Seeking the foe.
They do way more damage as Dominion rises. On the slam down. This does more damage on High Dominion as well. Let's use it to kill off this Alpha.
Destroyer had carved a path of bloodshed through the C'tan³, which Nefashah's force followed to find him. At the end of that crimson trail, he made his final stand.
Submit at once. You are a disgrace even to Ugansep's wretched sword. At least their mad slaughter may serve the throne's purpose. Your kind are truly beyond hope. Would that C'tan³ had cast you all out long ago.
It was once considered wise amongst our ancestors to be grateful for mortality. Allow me to say this. They were wrong. Now we fight the Necrons and the Destroyer. And some C'tan³. It's like one C'tan³. 2 C'tan³, 3 C'tan³. No more. Get in there. I think we'll go with the Wraiths again. They were pretty good. Let's hope that they fight each other, maybe? Hopefully? One dodge. They're going to get 2 attacks which will double tap us. Destroyer skipped his go, thank you very much. Let's just clear this side of the map first. Cancel their regeneration. I hope that Lich Guard does me a favor and turns around and shoots someone.
Scythe them down!
I wonder if I move now, would that activate the swap? The next time this unit's leader would be affected by an enemy action, the leader swaps place with this unit and the brand of ablation expires. Let's test it. For science. Yes, it works. Okay, so you could feed a melee unit. Wait. But then she continued her move, and so it is bugged. We just teleported a friend in for us. But yeah, you could use that bug to teleport in a strong melee unit to help you. But that still left her in danger. I thought that was supposed to exterminate them.
I am the Wrath.
Let's walk out into the open, warrior.
Scythe them down! Seeking the foe. I obey.
Why can't you move? Stuck.
Seeking the foe.
Let's make this trivial. This unit's stuck. We'll have to use this to... Oh, I can't either. Is that my guy? I can't tell at the moment. Let's chop it. Mustn't have been. just double tap it and it won't have to reanimate.
Your wayward servant is no more, Nyarlathotep.
So I see. And the destroyers gather at the crux of battle. The better to reduce festering biology to inert chemistry. We move ever closer to a sterile, perfected galaxy.
Nefershah did not give voice to her thoughts, for the destroyers were anathema to her, dedicated not to the rightful throne, but solely to their philosophy of extinction. Who can say, like the other Upatridae, would have to eventually fall.
And this is where the C'tan will say things like, maybe you should betray them to the Adeptus Mechanicus. And that will lead into the Admech campaign where you find out where everyone is and hunt them down.
Vargard, your service is required in a matter of interest to us both. Jepka's scrabbling through human records has unearthed the existence of a shipborne weapon they call the Exterminatus. It is said to be reserved for annihilating the population of an entire world.
Such a feat is well within the reach of Necron technology. But one would imagine that if the Adeptus Mechanicus possessed this capability, they would have already unleashed it against us.
It could be a weapon that affects only biological entities. Or perhaps the humans are loath to damage a planet they covet. I am sure you are as eager to know the details as I. Scour their networks and archives. If they might use this weapon before our own arsenal fully awakens, we should be forewarned.
I shall assign my finest cryptech to the task, Nyarlathotep.
Alright, let's send... We're a bit busy. Lots of side objectives. From memory, the Admech campaign was kind of balanced either way. So let's use C'tan³ to take some territory. And in the meantime, I'll send Ominek. What have they got? Not much. Yeah, Ominek's gonna go on that assignment. Oh, you don't get a choice? Okay. I don't think we're ready to fight at Ex Veritas. So let's raise a tomb complex over here with Ominek. And then we'll do the territory reclamation with C'tan³. Let's go with stealth. Precision's not that useful with death marks because they already kind of have it if you're smart. Let's try something else. Nano Swarm? I guess precision it is. Got no skill points, so yeah, we just got to cope with that. Let's go, Fakon. Oh, against the League of C'tan§. Huh. This will be a test. I think I should probably upgrade his units if I can. Yeah, let's do that. More hit points. More weapon range. More hit points. Advantageous positioning. And let's just hope we got some cover. That's interesting if it's random. I guess we just focus them down.
Punish them! The stars serve.
Yeah, we're just going to easily focus them down.
All shall burn.
They don't have an attack of opportunity? Is that what you're saying, Nano Swarm? But the damage? Yeah, we got it. And we got judgment on that thing. That's what we want. Nice. And they've got no heavy bolters either, so this is pretty straightforward fight. Let's make this a sure kill. Max damage from the judgment, I think that's how it works. Suffer +1 damage, and if they have 2 judgment, they get max damage.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot.
Oh, we've got all the turns now. It's game over for them.
Wrath made manifest.
We haven't got any dead units, so we don't need that. He's not damaged, so we just take both of these, I guess. Yeah, we get 2 choices. It must be from one of the upgrades I took. The Royal Guard came across a Canoptech spider, evidently without purpose or master, drifting aimlessly. Such a lower construct should have been solely dedicated to maintaining and defending Kivroth's tombs, but so it was clearly malfunctioning or damaged. Let's weaponize it.
The construct was entirely ignorant of its new purpose. The Royal Guard directed the scarabs hosted within its assembly hive to self-destruct on a biological sensor proximity trigger. It drifted on its way, a tempting morsel for any human who might come across it.
It is beneath me to take glee in the undirected destruction such a weapon causes. But I will allow myself some satisfaction that in seeking to steal the secrets of our technology, some invading human will claim only death.
Dominion. Now they have a berserker. Will it help them? I doubt it. Oh, they do have a heavy bolter, so don't stay too close together. Oh wait, one more. One more. Let's focus that guy down. He's got 2 armor, so it's going to take a few shots. My turn. Now move back, Immortal, because they're going to charge you, for sure. Precision would work really well on a Tesla guy. I should use that next time. Comes the Berserker. Just out of range.
In my sights!
One damage for every 2 HP this has. There's 1. There's 1 HP. But we could do 2 damage to this guy because it has exposed. Which would do 1 damage because of the armor. Oh, okay. This does 2. Even better. Our death marks get more defense in cover, even if the cover is on the other side. Alright, he's got that nasty mining laser. Everyone is energized. When you reach Dominion level 5, all allies are energized. The Thunder. Yeah, precision and a Tesla, 4 damage to every target they bounce off.
All shall burn.
Nice win. Low stress there against the kin. No one reanimating for once. Gain some eminence.
I have collated and analyzed all available information regarding the human weapon on Advargard. Though the computational systems of the Adeptus Mechanicus were bizarre in their crudity, I have succeeded in my task.
Good. Report your findings to myself and the Nihilarch.
And let us hope, not least for your sake, that the tidings are to our benefit.
The Exterminatus is not a singular weapon, but an ill-defined array of planetary bombardments. Moreover, commanding such a section is reserved for the highest human authorities. The Adeptus Mechanicus on Kivrov have no such mandate, much less possession of suitable ordnance.
So the humans have the means to scour a planet of life, but keep it locked behind an arcane web of laws and obligations, where it might as well not exist. A pathetic failing, and one reminiscent of the least effective pharaons of our own kind.
All power comes with obligation, Nyalak. If even these borderline sapients can grasp that concept, you should as well.
I can see beyond the current war, Vargard. Ours is a greater calling than simply changing the names on a star map. In time, you will see these dynastic codes for the shackles they are.
So it seems like we have finished that line of quests for the Destroyer Lord. We have 2 points here for Amuka. Unlock the Wraith. After killing a unit, generate 2 Dominion. When you reach level 5, gain Strengthened, so a melee focus. And Skorpek Destroyers. I think we need to add a heavy hitter to the lineup. And what better way than a Skorpek? And we'll unlock the Wraith. For Abassus. This unit's defense cannot be bypassed. That is important for him because he's a bit like Roe and stacks defense from a few different sources, so we'll take that as a priority. And Heki has no points. But Phakon does, so we'll spend it now. Necron Warriors' weapons in this Lord's Court gain range. Or we could grab a Psychomancer or a Plasmancer. Is it exclusive? It seems so. I'll give Phakon a bit of defense. Okay, raise a tomb complex. I think we can look to maybe assaulting this place one day. It's already being done. Send Heki. Expand the Lord's influence to gain eminence. Let's send Amoka. The next one is a critical mission. Let's check. We've got some points to spend here. Recover 1 HP per Dominion level. Reset the cooldown on your command protocol. Consumes each non-locked Dominion level. It also gives you lots of damage and max HP. Let's go up here and take Rapid Reanimatrix. Provoke a counterattack by the Adeptus Mechanicus so Hekimhib can observe the enemy in battle. We're going up against Old C'tan³.
The Nefashah despised the usurpers of the Atridae. She knew that to defy them now was to invite destruction. So she obeyed the decrees that issued from the royal court at the Sepulchre Regnant, even as she sought a way to bring the Upatridae to justice.
Nefershar, our erstwhile Theron's plan for this war was an unwise one, as demonstrated by his failure at the human city. Now my generalship shall undo his tragic missteps, lead an assault against a key point in the enemy's defenses. See that your actions are overt and threatening enough to provoke a response from these wretches.
It shall be done, Nemesaur. And the intent of this stratagem?
To create a battle in which I can truly observe how these Adeptus Mechanicus plan to defy my legions in the field. From this knowledge, I shall forge a strategy that cannot fail.
C'tan§'s plan would occupy time and warriors that Nefershar would rather employ in gainful operations, instead of catering to the Nemesaur's ego. But she could not yet speak openly against the Upatridae, and so led the Royal Guard to do his bidding.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of variety with this guy.
Nefershar despised the use.
Nefershar.
I think there might be a waste. Let's just bring more warriors. Go 7 warriors. Nefershar first surveyed the battlefield to determine the proper avenue of attack, calling on her wealth of tactical protocols. Demand the use of Doom Scythe in providing a view of human defenses from above. Focus on scouring the enemy communications for indications of their defensive capabilities. Let's go with Overflight.
The Upatridae jealously guarded the use of their aircraft, and no Doom Scythes were rerouted to Nefershar's operation. The Vanguard exhorted the Royal Guard to surge forward and overcome their setback.
I loved Dragon's Dogma 1, but I haven't played number 2. I played Dragon's Dogma 1 way more than I should have.
Nefershar swiftly identified a suitable location among the defenses of the C'tan³, as the invaders called their common soldiery. A bunker and firing emplacement served as the linchpin of their line, and an assault there would doubtlessly panic the enemy leadership into launching a counter-offensive.
Jeez, what I wouldn't give for some Praetorians amongst those C'tan³.
We shall strike without subtlety or reserve. The enemy must know they are under threat.
Might go an extra Lich Guard.
The will of the dynasty! The will of the dynasty! At readiness.
Oh yeah. So we'll get a free chop on those servitors when they come to fight him.
I stand.
Oh, blocked ya. Blocked you again. At this stage, I like Lich Guard. I've seen unfavorable things said about them. I'm going to try and make them work for me. I really liked Rose gameplay, so I feel like this is the closest we'll get to that. No good shots. But instead of just having one that's a tank, it seems like we've got a few mini tanks and then a major tank.
Break them. I stand.
No free counterattack, unfortunately. I don't know why.
Let them come! Ready!
We are at the threshold of the bunker. The invaders, for all their ignorance, build their dens sturdily enough. It matters not. The dynasty's might shall prevail.
Nefashar at once determined the best means of laying bare the pitiful enemy defenses. We're going with distraction.
A small unit of warriors crossed the open ground in front of the bunker and were met with a volley of fire from its guns. Thus, the defenders were unprepared for the main force focusing fire against the ports and doorways, blasting their way in with a torrent of gauss fire.
Yeah, he got shot like 6 or 7 times and took no damage. That was
Such
great.
mindless aggression. These animals are easily provoked. No wonder the Eupatridae found them a suitable distraction for my Pharaon.
We lost some health, but we gained some dominion.
The bunker is in our hands. Cryptek, what is the enemy response?
But little, my Vargard. The masters of these C'tan³ are more accepting of losses than we anticipated. Or, perhaps, their command structure is insufficient to respond adequately.
Even in their failings, these interloping vandals find a way to inconvenience us. If multiple targets fall in succession, they will have no choice but to move against us. Find me such a target.
The human communications are relayed through an individual in a trench nearby, a leader among their breed. If losing a strong point will not rile them, perhaps the loss of a commander will.
It will suffice. Let us reach the target immediately, and
Alright, make it clear this is a kill all enemies. Just make sure of that. I always sort of throw myself into the fire when it's a runaway one.
Let them break their blades against us!
Blow the cover. What have we got here? Servitors, some rangers. Not really too difficult to deal with. Oh, I could almost get there, but not quite.
I stand!
Nice and blocked. That's the way. 1 damage.
For Kevlar!
I think I know what I'll do.
I stand!
It's engine sear this time. Slowly creep up on them. Take out their cover. Got the range here with the spear. These Lich Guard with shield, I'm loving them. Against the basic C'tan³ anyway. I don't remember them being a problem in my Admech campaign. I think we always just used Rust Stalkers on them. Oh, we blocked even the axe. And the pistol.
Let them break their blades against us!
-1 damage for frontal attacks. Plus the 1 armor. Makes basic weapons just suck. These rangers on the right side are having a bad time against this shield bearer.
To receive the enemy!
And this should kill him. Like these Necrons are just invincible. A spear thrust from behind.
Force stormed across the battlefield, even as scattered enemy units gathered in a futile attempt to oppose them.
The enemy know we are here. We must be selective in where we put our attention.
The Varguard was undaunted by the disadvantage imposed by circumstance. She carefully considered how best to deploy the Royal Guard in eliminating the target. Unleash a volley, blackout, transmit pathogenic crypto patterns to hinder enemy communications, or observation, pause in the advance and observe the target's movements. Let's do that one.
In haste, we lose focus. I will not have my Royal Guard fight in the same ignorance as our foes.
The Royal Guard gathered in cover and noted the many avenues of approach surrounding the target, while damaged warriors were repaired by their living metal.
Additional waypoint added before the next skirmish. Okay. Generate Dominion. We will lose a Lich Guard. Probably this one. Yeah, let's do it. Why not? Going into the final battle.
The Xenos approach! Their actions are without reason and can be precipitated only by desperation. To arms, and drive them from the field!
Such base and benighted creatures. It is a mercy they do not understand the hopelessness of their fight. It is the only mercy they shall receive.
Ready! The will of the dynasty!
Oh, we've got both of our shield bearers still. Well, let's have a distraction force on the flank. Oh wait, even better.
Let them come! The will of the dynasty!
Just a block of armor. It'll blow the barrels up.
Let them come!
We need to move first. What's going to do? Alpha, you're going to activate your special ability. Then the Marshal.
The will of the dynasty! Ready to receive the enemy!
I can't shoot while that guy's there, so I'll have to attack it again. Both the Rangers dead.
I stand!
That Vanguard doesn't want anything to do with us. He's running for his life.
Ready!
gonna lose this lich. The cursed radiation. Gets a free hit as he dies from radiation.
Ready to receive the enemy. At readiness.
Hello there. We dodged us. That wily marshal. Set our bro on fire, but we don't care. We're going to get these biologicals.
Break them.
Cryptic, what news?
The human communications are flooded with orders to converge on the wound you have cut into their lines. They rightly fear you will open a breach and pour through. Every available soldier is rushing for the site of your victory, Vargard.
Then we have delivered what C'tan³ demanded of us, and no more. Nemesaur, you have your counterattack.
Excellent. Withdraw whatever remains of your own phalanx, and make way for my legions, Vargard. This will make for a most illuminating spectacle. Your provocation of the human military has exposed the disgraceful degradation of our own legion's capabilities. Until the systems of Kivroth awaken fully, we shall be burdened with substandard servants and flawed protocols. One unit of warriors displayed such insufficient prowess that I have decided they are to be removed from our ranks.
You require this unit executed, Nemesaur.
These thralls are still Necrons under the command of your Nemesaur, Vargard. Unworthy they may be, but for them to die, unarmed and passive, would be an insult to my station. No, you are to engage them in combat.
Some might describe such a spectacle as an extravagant misuse of the Royal Guard.
Courtly gossip is not of my concern. For the Royal Guard to destroy these warriors in open combat will demonstrate the need for our more complacent nobles to improve their performance and show my absolute authority as Nemesaur.
So Phacon's going to do that. Tomb complex defense, they're trying to take it out. We have to respond to that. We have 4 points to spend, do we? How many? 2. Unlock Dread Strike. Next action inflicts 1 damage, generates Dominion even if the damage exceeds the remaining HP. I'm going to make it so we get rapid reanimation. 1 turn it should be now. If I'm reading that right. And then we need to set some of these perks for this guy. I'll take the Hungry Void and put it on our Wraiths. That might be interesting. And then Nano Scarabs, which gives us Eternal Revenant. When this unit enters into reanimation, it immediately reanimates.
Though the enemy were but ignorant beasts, their teeming numbers forced our half-woken legions to combat them across Kivroth. Even a senseless animal can inflict some injury in such circumstances.
Cryptek, we have word from an outlying tomb. The enemy has breached its defenses and threatens to overwhelm it entirely.
A matter of great consternation, honored Vargard. Such...
Moreover, the warriors still slumbering within will be lost to us entirely. The foe cannot be permitted to visit such an outrage on Kivroth's rightful lords.
Okay, we want a spider. We want the Wraiths. We want the Death Marks. We want the Immortals with the Teslas. And then all Scarabs. 16 deployment points. Infiltrators, Servitors, and a couple of Rust Stalkers. The Hungry Void. +2 damage and bypass defense. Exactly what we need against Rust Stalkers and their kin. They dodged one. Straight for the Immortal. And it's down.
Obedience over all.
Nano Swarm. This one's got 2 health. Might knock down the barrier as well. This has a short cooldown. I think that will blow my scarabs up, but it will knock this down. Oh, it even killed the Nano Swarm too. Kill everyone. No damage.
I command as I am commanded.
It's nom nom spider time. Let's make sure this hat goes off without a hitch. It's the Principe killing his friend. Thank you for that. Drop some scarabs. Go on. Thank you.
Obedience over all. In command.
I think we can attack that servitor. No, just a little bit short.
For Kilroth.
So Mortal can get a shot here on the servitor.
By the dynasty. I command as I am commanded.
The Scarab Swarm that we summoned has 6 HP now. If we use the Hungry Void as well, it should just do massive damage. That was 11 damage, boy. Wrecked him.
The tomb is preserved by Vargard, the enemy thrown hence in disarray.
As it should be. We must be relentless in defending our tombs, lest the legions held within never march at all. Remain vigilant, Cryptek. The vermin will hunt for any opportunity to test our defenses.
By Vargard, the Royal Guard has engaged C'tan3's warriors as the Nemesaur commanded.
And the result?
I relayed your instruction for the Royal Guard to be less than vigorous in combating the Nemesaur's warriors. The battle was drawn out and without spectacle or honor. It is thus ill-suited for the demonstration C'tan3 desired.
C'tan3 will have to cope with disappointment. If the Nemesaur is half the strategist he considers himself, he will learn not to use the Royal Guard for such wasteful purposes again.
Let's take more territory. We defended that tomb complex. Most of our lords are back. Let's raise this one. We're going to avoid that for a little bit longer. All the rust stalkers you could poke a stick at. Let's awaken the dynasty. It takes a long time. It's 3 turns they're away for. No points to spend. Phacon has 1. Let's give his warriors more range. Amuka has 2 points. flayed ones in the Lord's Court gain their number is Legion and Stealth. We'll take that. Seems pretty useful. And some defense. Obassus. Warriors gain True Grit, so they can use their weapons like pistols at melee range. The Shield. For each point of damage inflicted on this unit, generate 1 Dominion. When you reach level 5, all units gain Defended. When you reach level 10, all allied units gain Armored. Ooh, let's take the Shield. And Heki. We will take the Swarm. After this unit grants a positive status, generate 1 Dominion. When you reach level 5, gain Accelerated, that's movement range. When you reach level 10, end the cooldowns of this unit's actions, and all units gain Accelerated. Let's reclaim some territory. Who's back next turn? Heki's back next turn, so we'll send Phacon on this mission to get some more living metal. Try and bank it up. And then we'll take this territory here with Obassus. We don't know what we're facing. Except that it is the Adeptus Mechanicus. We didn't worry about these scarabs last time. But we have 6 warriors. Kill everyone, and we are fighting what looks to just be 3 Rust Stalkers.
The will of the dynasty.
We can't get any shots on them. I think they're stealthed. Last time I used Last Strike on Scarabs, it didn't work. And I think it might be because their damage is tied to how many models they have left. Yeah, no damage. Or maybe because it's classed as an attack of opportunity. And these guys are immune to them. It requires level 2 Dominion. Okay. I just figured because I used that, it doesn't need it. Gain Last Strike. It doesn't say anything about Dominion.
Break them!
That's cool. Yeah, I meant the last strike I gave them. It didn't work once before, and I was just double checking that that was the case.
Let them come!
There's no worries, man. I don't mind. This is the second stream of the day, and you've been here for both of them. The corpses of several human infantry lay ahead on blood-spattered ground. The corpses have been recently denuded of life, though no Necron advances have been made into this location. The fate that befell these humans may be relevant to the Royal Guard's mission.
The dead were scarred by festering radiation wounds, inflicted by the crude isotopic weapons carried by certain C'tan³.
These humans fell at the hands of their own. A schism is to be expected among such barbaric creatures. Any rift among our enemies is to be celebrated and, if possible, exploited.
Focused and strengthened. That was a good choice for once. Alas, that we can only disintegrate these vermin once. Overlord C'tan³. Skitari, skitari, skitari.
Ready to receive the enemy!
Take the shield bearer guy and leave the spear guy with the shield guy. The shield guy can tank and the other guy can stab from behind. Sparta style. Time to blow up. That's gotta hurt. Oh, mega chop from that strengthened buff. he just died of burning.
Break them!
Flashbang. Didn't do much. The servitor swatting some scarabs. The bass is swatting a C'tan³. Misclick. Let's go back. Spear can reach. Nice, easy mission.
The enemy has fallen back, my Vanguard. They scurry like insects to respond to your brilliant gambit.
That leaves us one critical path mission, the one that we failed right at the start of the stream because the Rust Stalkers just came out of the woodwork. So I think we're probably going to need C'tan³. Where is he? Have to cancel that mission. Let's make sure they are optimized. We have precision. That's more suited for a melee army. The death marks pretty much have precision already, but it works really well with the immortals if they have the Tesla gun. So I might bring the nano scarabs. Is it they can't share them between lords? So if you take it off one, because I can see that they've got their little head above the skill they're using. Okay. I wondered why it kept unequipping the ones I was using from the dudes, but it's because it's exclusive. Alright. I'm sorting it out now. We're figuring it out. Skin and bones. Rust Stalkers it is. So, taking C'tan³ in his Death Stalkers.
Vanguard, you have executed...
You want to see the briefing? Watch the start of the stream. Alright, unit recruitment capacity. We get 1 waypoint throughout. Let's lock a Dominion level. Take both teams of death marks. Take the Tesla Immortals. And the standard Immortals and just warriors. Scarabs are useless against Rust Stalkers.
Though burdened by ever greater misgivings, Nefershar could not yet defy the will of the Eupatridae openly. Instead, she sought a target likely to deny.
Last time we did the rearmost vehicle. Let's go moving minefield.
The Canoptic Scarabs ended their meager existence by detonating under the lead vehicles.
Some enemies will be damaged. We also used Hekhi last time, and all they had was Scarabs and a couple of Immortals. It was not a good time. Or was it spiders? That's right.
With her trap sprung, the Vargard's force continued to perform for Jebka's sacrifice.
No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
And I think we just plink them as they come at us. Marksman teams.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Fury of the Suns.
And a warrior there for aggro. Hopefully it works. Well, the Princeps is damaged. This is good. They can do a lot of damage if they get in there with the sweep, though. This will already be easier with them already taking damage.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot.
Death marks need to pick off this Vanguard as well. Oh, here we go. Tesla with a precision shot. Should bounce at max damage. Just outside their range, which is perfect. Being able to shoot back is a nice feeling. Last time we just had Scarabs and they got mauled. We made it past this mission, but we didn't finish. We had nothing left. It's a duck shoot. No bounce that time.
The stars serve.
That's the first shot they'll have taken.
Scour the foe.
Or if they do move, you just use precision to make sure they do max damage. If you've got that skill, of course. This cooldown time is deceptive too. It's not 5 turns, it's 5 unit actions.
Scour the foe.
So it does take a little bit of time to get your head around the fact that you're ending turn for each unit, but you're not ending the turn until you get here. Minion level 5, everyone's energized, doing even more damage. We have to move. This is the kind of skirmish you want, where you're the only one shooting. The teleport was on cooldown.
Fury of the Suns.
Let's just blast him.
The lead vehicle has come to a halt. They are preparing a defensive position.
A curse on these stubborn aliens.
Alrighty, our army is in way better shape. We came out of that first battle with no scarabs left. And for that army, they were the front line. I did say right at the start that I wasn't yet sure of the identity and where they fit in to the army, each of the lords. But we've learned a lot this stream.
Fury of the Suns.
This was a difficult fight too.
Fury of the Suns.
Alright, start picking them off. As long as they don't get dodged. I think we've got perfect vision though. Yes. So the Rust Stalkers will not be dodging our death marks. That was another thing that killed us, because every time I did get an attack, these guys were dodging it. So I already feel like you have to plan a little bit more as to who you're bringing into the battles than you do with Adeptus, because their army composition is randomized. And in hindsight, it's probably actually decided by the game devs.
Punish them.
Just a firing squad.
All shall burn. Scour the foe.
Then precision with the Tesla carbine.
All shall burn. Punish them.
We don't know who's going next, which means it's one of these guys up the back. Yes, waste that big gun. Suffer not the rust stalker to live. Just like the Praetorians, I will find a surefire way to kill those things every time. The first time we faced Praetorians, they scared the crap out of us too. Look at this big farm here. We need to drop an AoE over there. Don't have one though.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot. All shall burn.
Wait one more action and I'll zap them all. Didn't even bother shooting. Why is that? Coward.
Scour the foe.
You like a bit of zap zap? Just clapping them now. It's a big shift of power. And the death marks are doing what death marks do, is just anticipating who's the most dangerous and killing them.
The stars serve.
See you, Luna. Thanks very much for joining us today. Rest well. Super zap again.
The stars serve.
As the Royal Guard advanced, more survivors of the convoy assault regrouped to bar their way.
These animals seem determined to provide bloodshed for Jepka's hubris. Make quick work of them.
Enjoy your stasis tomb. See you tomorrow, if you're around. The Great Sleep calls.
The Adeptus Mechanicus troops gathered around the foremost vehicle of the convoy.
And we went headlong last time, pretty sure. Yeah, let's just shatter resistance with our awesome presence.
The dutiful noble led the assault, a shining example of the dynasty's might as they delivered the will of the Vargard.
Traits: Hungry Void. More melee damage. Some Dominion.
The Royal Guard stormed the front vehicle.
Hello.
All shall burn.
Remember us? You sons of the Omnisire. And then our sacrificial warrior right at the front to draw the ire of the enemy.
Wrath made manifest.
Alright, who's getting plinked first? The Rust Stalkers and their Principe. The warrior is going to take some swords to the face. Exactly as planned.
The stars serve.
Gives them some extra defense on the cover. Warrior down. Now, you need to come in here and chop the
Fury of the
corpse.
suns.
Ouchie. Bypassing the defense on that one. Here he comes.
All shall burn.
Shoot me.
Scour the foe.
That was the wrong target, but... Alright, that's fine. Yeah, this is where I died. We had nothing left when we started this. We had like a couple of warriors or an immortal or something like that. It wasn't much. It was a complete change of fortune. And now we just pick them off. In whatever order they present themselves as a threat.
Fury of the Suns.
Which one is it? That one?
All shall burn.
Dodge that. Oh, I shouldn't have moved. That's a mistake. Let's use precision to overcome that mistake and still do max damage. We still have to move, but he's almost dead, so that won't matter.
It is done. Fortunately, it seems we drew out no Flayer horde. Let us hope the Grand Vizier is satisfied with this slaughter.
Indeed I am. Be not concerned, Vargard. My experiment was anything but a failure.
Grand Vizier, I had not expected you would leave your research to watch such petty destruction.
But Vargard, destruction is research. These flayed ones may not have made an appearance that you could perceive, but I detected unique energy signatures from our abandoned tomb. They are watching, and with a little prompting, we will soon see their ghoulish tide sweeping over those who would challenge our dynasty.
Mission successfully failed. They did hardly any damage. Like I said, that was a complete change of fortunes from the start of the stream. We got cromped at the start. So I would like to think that we learned a lesson. I went into this stream saying that I wasn't sure how to use each individual lord, but I think I've cemented that in my head now, how they work. I know, I understand their identity now. With the exception of one of them.
While my research into the flayed ones continues, I would explore other methods of waging a subtler war than my fellow Eupatridae. The Royal Guard, being a small force with reasonably competent leadership, may prove suitable for such operations.
As ever, Grand Vizier, I am at the dynasty's command.
I would have you conduct an exploratory mission. An experiment in the field, if you will. The humans have constructed bases behind their lines from which their ramshackle winged craft launch strikes against us. Your force will infiltrate and destroy one such site to gauge how these creatures detect and respond to our operations.
Such a target will be well defended and distanced from our zones of dominion. It will present certain challenges.
So much the better, Vargard. Every crude tripwire you encounter will be recorded in my archives for those who follow your footsteps.
Totally not trying to get us killed. So Fakon so far is our hit squad. Ominek is the one that I haven't really used yet. He's got scarabs and flayers, and to me that doesn't seem very appealing. But if he gets one more point, he'll have death marks and triarchs, which might be a decent combination. Some Lich Guard, a couple of destroyers down the line. I'm not sure what that unit is. Obassus. we'll get flayers, and he's basically just been our tank, so that's easy to identify. He's got a total of 6 Lich Guard in his court, plus a couple of destroyers. And it's He's basically the support caster, but with an eclectic array of troops. Lots of wraiths. So far, Abassus has been my favourite. Predictable, easy to play. Almanac we haven't used. Phacon's been... You saw what Phacon can do with 4 death marks. Is that the most death marks you get in any of the Lord's courts? Yeah, it is, I think. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we'll leave it there. That's a good place to leave it. We've redeemed ourselves from the start of the stream, and we're making good ground here against these disgusting biologicals. In the next stream, we'll angle to try and take out one of these forge cities. Probably Oriclon. Ex Veritas is a bit scary, and Luna's turning me off it with telling me how many Rust Stalkers are there. So, we have one extra mission to do for Jebka, and then we'll probably unlock Chapter 2. If you want to see it, make sure you're here. Hit subscribe if you're enjoying the series. Hit like if you like it, and I'll see you next time. Commander Tyrael, out.